folks stay cool, and we'll just introduce ourselves to people on the internet. So, welcome everybody to Norco in California. My first time here. I'm from England. My name is Paul Brett. We've got lots of guests coming, still turning up. It's been a very, very hot day here in California, so bear with us. There's lots of fun things going to be happening, lots of great music later on, some stories, and hopefully we'll hear some reminiscing about all the stuff that went on in the Inland Empire and the epicenter of the guitar that was developed here, and lots of great stories. So YouTube will be live soon, more stuff going on soon. Thank you. years to a week. I've known a lot of you in the room here for quite a while now, for the last couple of years. Well, we wrote a little book about a little guitar from little old Riverside just up the road here. So, for the benefit of everybody that doesn't know, my name's Paul Brett. I'm not an author. Well, I wasn't until a couple of years ago. And my friend Ray Russell, I will introduce you to in a moment or two. He's been a musician for 60 years, in the business now, 60 years. And a lot of you will know Ray Russell, but for those that you don't, he's a stellar guitarist from the UK. He's been a session player for many, many years and played with many, many people. And one of those people, here comes Ray. Grab a seat, Ray. One of those people in 1985, Ray was working on a film. It was made by the company called Handmade Films, and that company was owned by George Harrison. And George Harrison came into the studio one day and said, "Hey, Ray, I've got this guitar." He said, "Give it a go." And Ray looked at it and thought it was a bit strange, a bit unusual. But you gave it a go?
I did.
He did. He's just admitted it. So Ray gave it a go, this guitar, and George said to him, "Well, you seem to be getting a little bit more out of it than me. Why don't you have it?" Now, I didn't know anything about that, obviously. That's part of the story. But a few years ago, 2019, Ray was celebrating George Harrison's birthday on Facebook and said, "Happy birthday, George. It would have been your birthday today. And I'm remembering that time you gave me this Bartel guitar. I don't know anything about Bartel. Does anybody know anything about them?" Now, I didn't know anything about Bartel guitars. Some of you guys probably did. But it was interesting. So I started a little bit of research. And I kept going back to Ray, did you know they're from California? A place called Riverside. The Bartel company. They was only around a few short years. 1964 to about 1968, 69. And I was just drip feeding information. And the more and more information we got, the more interesting it got. So, kind of sort of slightly long story short, let me just kind of go back a little bit, because what happened to Ray's guitar is interesting. But I want to tell you the story and the background of it. There's a gentleman in the room tonight, a gentleman called Tom Mitchell. Now, some of you know Tom. And welcome, Tom. Thank you for coming, sir. That's it. He's got his hand up. He's at the back there. Mr. Tom Mitchell, everybody. All right. Now, Tom was working for the Bartel company. The Bartel company was formed by two colleagues that lived in the area. And the first guy was a guy called Ted Peckles. Now, Ted had a music store called the House of Note on Magnolia. So he was running that store, and there's lots of people here that might have worked with Ted or know Ted from those times. And we'll come back to a little bit more about that later. But his colleague was a chap called Paul Barth. Now, Paul Barth had another shop on Magnolia, Barth Guitar Shop. He was also working, around about that time. He had been working for Rickenbacker. I'll tell you about the history of that a little bit later. But he'd formed his own guitar company when he left Rickenbacker in 1957. And the two guys joined forces, and I think they'd been inspired because obviously Mr. Leo Fender was doing quite well with his products and his guitars, and they thought, well, we can do that, So they formed the Bartel company, Barth, Peckles, Bartel, put them together, 1964. And it was Tom. It's all his fault, okay? So Tom suggested that why don't we make a fretless guitar? A guitar with no frets on the fingerboard. I think he'd been making basses, but, not a guitar as such, a six-string guitar. And I think Ted thought, I'm not sure about that, it's a bit, that's a bit crazy. But Paul Barth, being a guitar designer and inventor, he goes, yeah, let's do that. So they put this guitar together, all right? And they made the first prototype, and they made a few others. Not too many, because obviously they didn't know if they were going to sell or not. No point making hundreds. So they made just a few of these guitars. And they had good connections, these gentlemen. So Paul Barth and Ted Peckles knew some guys in the industry. They were friends with Leo Fender. They were friends with Adolf Rickenbacker. They were friends with Les Paul. And they wanted to do what everybody else was doing, getting their products to the biggest names in the industry, the big players. You want your, the big stars to be playing your guitars, don't you? But they had a colleague called Al Casey. Al Casey was a Wrecking Crew guitarist. You all know the Wrecking Crew, the big session players that played in Hollywood on all the big hits during that time. It was a real... so much was going on in that time, wasn't there? They were playing with Elvis and Sinatra and the Beach Boys, and Glenn Campbell was one of them, wasn't he? Anyway, they gave the initial batch of these fretless guitars, just a few of them, to Al Casey. And what we know is that Al was friends with a chap called Mike Deasy, another guitarist that worked for didn't work for the Wrecking Crew. They became known as the Wrecking Crew, but he was another session player. So Mike Deasy got one of these fretless guitars, and in August 1967, George Harrison flew over to LA with his manager Neil Aspinall and Patty, and they stayed up on Blue Jay Way. And I think on the 1st of August 1967, he was waiting for a colleague to turn up on a foggy, misty night, and that's when he played on the organ and came up with the tune Blue Jay Way. Okay. Anyway, he's here for the week, and on the third day, so August the 3rd, 1967, he'd been to Ravi Shankar's School of Music to visit Ravi Shankar, who he was good friends with. But in the evening, they went along to a recording session, Western Recorders Studio. You guys might know it, new to me. And they went there in the evening, and there was a session playing. It was they were doing some stuff for Mums and Papas, and Mike Deasy was in the sort of the orchestra at that time, playing this guitar. And during a break in recording, George went down to talk to Mike Deasy about the guitar that he was playing, because he said, it's an unusual guitar. Where did you get this strange guitar? Neil Aspinall's with George. I can see George is really interested in this thing, it's a little bit different. So what happened was, George was so interested in it, Neil thought, I've got to find out where I get one of these from, and I'm going to order them. How do we know this, all right? Okay, well, apart from Mike Deasy saying that, that's what happened. Good news, and we found this after we wrote the book, which I'll mention in a minute, is that fortunately Neil Aspinall used to write for the Beatles Monthly magazine. A couple of weeks later, a couple of months later actually, by the time we got back to the UK, and Neil Aspinall wrote in the column in there, it was a very short paragraph, and it said, new guitar. And it said something along the lines of, we went to this recording session and met this session player, didn't say who it was, okay. He was really interested in this, you don't know what, guitar. I'm going to order one in secret. George has been up all night playing with it. He's so excited by it. That's all he said. Didn't say what guitar it was. He didn't say anything about it. It was just, this cryptic thing, yeah? But through the research we're doing, we know exactly what recording session it was. We know who he was talking to, and we know that was the guitar. So they ordered the guitar from Al Casey. Mike Deasy said, see Al Casey, all right? And Al Casey and actually it was his wife, Maxine, took the guitar up to Blue Jay Way for George. I'm guessing probably the following day, 4th of August, and George is there for the rest of his time and has other adventures. And what we know is that guitar then goes back with George to London. And we don't know much about that sort of 9-month period, but the Beatles are back in the studio in June 1968, so say 9 months later. And there's a DJ called Kenny Everett that was a bit of a zany guy in London, but he was good friends with all the Beatles, and he did get more opportunities than most to go and interview them. And he was going there 6th of June 1968 along to interview the Beatles. And he didn't have any good recording equipment, but there was a guy called Tony Olivestone who had a new piece of kit, a new recording machine, and he showed it to Kenny how to work it, but Kenny wasn't confident, so he said, you come along with me and bring your recording gear. 6th of June 1968, they're in Abbey Road Studios, and he's interviewing John Lennon, okay? It's a zany interview, bit weird. You can see it on YouTube, look it up, 6th of June 1968. Eventually, Kenny gets the better of him. He can hear this strange guitar, and he's looking at this strange guitar that he doesn't recognise, and he goes to John Lennon, he says, what kind of guitar is that? And John goes, it's a fretless guitar. It's a nobody's boy. Now, a nobody's boy means it's like, it's really unusual, it's strange, it's like no one's seen these before. So we know it was in the studio in 1968, 6th of June. Now, when we started doing some more research into this, okay, I had a contact who got in touch with me and said it wasn't actually George's guitar specifically, it became known as the Beatles guitar. It was a Beatles guitar. It was kind of in the studio. It wasn't used as one of the main guitars that they used for everything, you know, the Gretches and the red Telecaster and stuff like that. The walnut one, that's it, yeah. So it wasn't that, they didn't use it for everything. They used it just for effects and overdubs and stuff like that. But he said to me, what it was is that actually John was more intrigued by it than George was. It suited his style of play a little bit more. And he said it was just in the studio, it was kind of there, hanging around, and they would pick it up, okay? I'm going to go back now to Ray, because we don't really know much more about the guitar after that, okay? We know it was used on some recordings on the White Album. We'll come back to that again in a minute. But 1985, going back to Ray Russell on Handmade Films, there's a film called Water, and George gives this guitar to Ray. Can you remember much about it, Ray?
What do I remember?
Yeah. Can I get this off the stand?
Well, it's like this. Actually, I was Ray Cooper, a percussionist. I don't know if you, aware of him. Sort of Elton John's kind of right-hand man. He went into business with George on Handmade Films, and luckily, through friends, he suggested I should play the guitar on all the film cues. On Water, which is starred Michael Caine, by the way. Bit of gibberish, but there you are.
Not a lot of people know that.
No, a lot of people do know that. Eric Clapton and guys wanted to go out to the West Indies and have a good time. It's one place you can have a really good time. And they wanted to do the sort of what they call the end titles, which was a big jam as the gates opened and the water fell down. It was like all great. And meanwhile, back in Blighty, where we're getting snow and stuff. So I wonder if you could do some of the underscore, And so I was trying to sound a bit like George, or a bit like, Eric, for what that's worth. And we did all the cues, all the film music cues underneath, which are really nice. So that's really how it came about, because when he came back, he said, I really appreciate, the music cues. It's great. I think I'm going to give you this because I really don't use it a lot and I can't do much with it. What do you think? And I just played a couple of things. What? I said, it could be really interesting. He said, oh, you're going to get more out of it than I am. And he just gave it to me. I just said, no, look, don't you think you can buy me over with guitars just because you're the Beatles. No, I didn't. I said, we are not worthy. And so I got the guitar, but the sad thing is, and I'm actually quite sad about this, it's not a joke, that 1985 that was, and I have played it, and it has been in the kind of collection of guitars, but I found out nothing about it. All I knew, I wasn't interested in it, except that George gave it to me, and George is a friend, and he's given me other little bits and pieces. And when Guitar Sleuth here, the Marty guitar, I mean, it's true, he saw this and he grabbed onto it, and then, I don't know, within a month we were...
Yeah, you can carry
No,
on.
go on,
yeah,
you should say.
So what happened next, Ray?
Well...
Yeah, well, so we found out all this stuff about the guitar, and what was really interesting, microphone, what was really interesting, it took me months and months and months and months to find a photo of George Harrison with this guitar. It's a rare photo to find, but there's a picture of him at home, his home in Friar Park in Henley-on-Thames in England, beautiful place. And he's got his collection of guitars all around him, okay? And there, right by his left arm, trying to think which way around it was, right by him here, you can see the Bartel fretless guitar. So there it is in George Harrison's house. He must have had it from when the Beatles split up and he took ownership of it, and he had it in his collection up until 1985, quite a few years, and then Ray had it up until, well, 2020. What happened in 2020? Antiques Roadshow. Yeah, how it happened. Sorry, Ray. Yeah, right. Okay. So Antiques Roadshow, you guys have your version here. We have our one that's been running for 40-odd years in the UK. And they happen to be in a town called Battle, which is Battle Abbey, a castle not far up the road from us. And we said, well, should we take it along? It might be interesting, never know. We phoned them up and said we've got this, Ray phoned and said, I've got this guitar George Harrison gave me. Would you be interested in it? Oh, okay, well, we'll get in touch. Yeah, thank you. Ring, ring. Mr. Russell, that guitar, George Harrison. You could definitely bring it along, couldn't you? So it was 30 seconds before they sort of picked the phone up again after they realised what they were talking about. So we went up to Battle Abbey to the Antiques Roadshow, and you join that big crazy queue, don't you, with the lampshades and the statues and the pottery and all that kind of stuff, So we were at the back of that, but they saw us there and they said, no, you guys this way. So we got taken to the VIP area and had the makeup done and all that sort of stuff, which was rather nice. And it was the end of the day. They waited to the end of the day, and they had the big camera crew there and everything. And they invited me just because of the little bit of research I'd done to sit with Ray, which was lovely. And we had that sort of that magic moment on the Antiques Roadshow that you get where we talk about it and they go, well, you've got the provenance, you've got the photograph, that's it there, there's definitely, and I think the gentleman said, well, I can safely say, at auction, it would likely raise £300,000 to £400,000, all right, which is equivalent to like about $500,000. Shock or, lots of backslapping. Ray said, would you like a drink? Which was very kind of it. I think he's buying them all tonight, by the way. So so we had this crazy moment on there. And then, of course, the story went a little bit crazy. And it was all over the internet. And guitar gets valued and all the magazines and all that kind of stuff. It takes a while for these programs to go out on air. So we had to wait a little while and always had to keep stum, about it all before it went on air. But the week before we went on air, there's another program, primetime TV on the BBC, 7 o'clock in the evening, called The One Show. It's a very popular show in the UK. So we get invited to that, and Ray gets invited to bring his guitar along. And he sat on the sofa with Mr. Bon Jovi, yeah? Mr. Bon Jovi sat on the sofa with Ray, and they're talking to Ray about this guitar. And they were quite keen, really, for Mr. Bon Jovi to have a go on this guitar, Why wouldn't they be, But you could see Mr. Bon Jovi's thinking, hang on a minute, that looks a little bit different, So they said, would you like to play? And he said, oh, no, I'm afraid of it, is what he said. And Ray said, me too, so that didn't happen. But it was great to be there for the evening. Eventually we get to the point, don't we, Ray, that we're kind of thinking, oh, this is awkward because it's worth a lot of money. What do you do with something like that? You can't keep it at home. Everyone knows where you live. It's so awkward. So after much debating and everything, Ray decided, well, it's time to let it go. I've had it for all these years, and we'll take it to auction. So we had the big auction at Bonham's auction house in London. in the last couple of years, I mean, it's been a bit crazy world, hasn't it? You know, in recent times, but we took it anyway along to the auction, and you're right, Ray. It was great. It was great. We had a great day at the auction house. We went along. It was COVID, so we had these plastic things over our face, you know, so it looks really weird on the TV. And we weren't allowed in the auction room as such. They don't really like you being there. But we could be in another room watching it on the screen and that, so it was great. So we had a wonderful experience, and your wife Sally came up, and my daughter Kimberly as well. And eventually the hammer fell, dunk, as £180,000. And it was less than that. It was about 170, I think. And we were, oh, okay, that's good. And oh no, hang on a minute, oh, I've had another bid. I'm going to open it up again. I thought crazy. So eventually, the hammer fell at £190,000, which is still a lot of money, you know. And Ray never thought it really would achieve, you know, the crazy figures that they were suggesting. But there's, you know, still a lot more of the story to come out. But anyway, it went, and we waved goodbye to it, didn't we, Ray? What a sad moment that was. It's all my fault. So. Yeah, thinking about it, yeah. Well, where is it now? We don't know. We know it's in America somewhere. We don't know who the new owner is. And you'll know that from all that research that I undertook, and with Ray's support and with all your help, everybody here, by the way, we eventually wrote a book called Finding Fretless. And it's not just about that one guitar, all right? Now we've lost it, we're still looking for it, so we're finding Fretless again, you know, the sequel. But there was other guitars that were made at the same time. Again, Mr. Mitchell over here, you know, he's busy sort of scheming about things. Made a few others, and what we do know is that two were made for Jimi Hendrix, left-handed, bespoke, they were in black, yeah? And I don't know if you can remember, Tom, but I think that the first one was made for it, but he lost it or it got stolen, something like that. It was stolen. That's it. So, yeah, Jimmy was a bit careless with that one. So we're finding that Fretless. We don't know where that one is. And he had another one made for him, but I think he died before we could actually get it. Is that right, Tom? Can you remember? Yeah, he died before he could get it. So there were two left-handed fretless Bartel guitars made for Jimi Hendrix. There's more to the story, but I'm not going to give the game away too much now, because I can see in the audience we've got some friends that have joined us this evening, and I want to introduce you to the families that are involved with this story. So I wonder if the Peckles family, if you wouldn't mind joining me on stage, that would be rather nice. As many of you that are brave enough to come up here. So the Peckles family, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Ray. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. All right. Well, hi guys. Come here so you can talk in the microphone. Come here. Come close. Okay. The Peckles family, fellas. So now, your dad, Ted, he's got a lot of love from the people in the audience and a lot of love from the people of Riverside. And he, well, you can tell me, because, I know the story, but you can tell it so much better about how the House of Note came about, yeah, and maybe how Bartel came about from your point of view, and what you remember of your dad. All right, so, if you can tell the audience.
All right, thank you, Paul. And first, thank you for everything you've done. You know, you brought kind of Bartel to the light of day. I mean, it's not a well-known brand, and underappreciated until now.
Sure.
And I mean, it's the work he did. If this authorship doesn't work out for you, I think you could be a detective or something. I mean,
defective, maybe. Yeah. Okay.
No, but my dad started out. I mean, he always loved music, and the way he started the music store was guitar lessons. Mm-hmm. It was a studio. They taught not just guitar. I think they even had they had tumbling classes for little girls and stuff like that, and that's how it started. And they had they had salespeople go door to door. They would give the kids an aptitude test, which they always passed, and sign them up for guitar lessons.
That's the way to
And
do it. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, at the peak at the House of Note, I don't know how many students, but it was every week, a few hundred, I'm sure. And a lot of those students bought Bartel guitars when they stepped up from the cheap acoustic or whatever, and then they moved up to a Bartel. And then that was in the, I don't know what exactly the year was they opened the House of Note on Magnolia, but it was probably around, I don't know, early 60s. Yeah. Well, Tom worked there. 68? I think it was a little earlier than that. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. And I really don't know how he decided to get with Paul Barth and get into the guitar business. I don't know. I never asked him how that came about, whose idea it was. I don't know. I wish he was here. But you know what? If he was here, well, he'd be almost 100 years old, but he would be so proud of everything that you did in the book and the history and all the nice things that were said about him in the, by people in the book. And
the interesting thing I think is, when you're sort of like, reading up about people and you're finding out about people, you know you're going to dish up some dirt at some stage, don't you? Nothing. Such a nice guy. It was. There seemed to be so much love for your dad, and the musicians in the area had so much respect for him as well. I think the cheap deals helped. Do you remember about the cheap deals he did? So what I've heard is, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but if you basically went down to Ted and said, "Hey, I want to buy a guitar," the Mexican restaurant next door or the bar?
Mark knows a lot about that.
Yeah, come on, Mark, tell us about the cheap deals. How did it all work?
Well, this wasn't with the House of Note. It was when he had the other music store. But the sales guys would take him over to the bar and get him drunk, and then he'd buy a bunch of merchandise. And that's what they did. I mean, I was there. But
Yeah.
he was a good guy, though, and he'd loan out instruments and give people credit, and a lot of people never paid for him. And I mean, it's
no, it's great. As I say, there's so much love and respect for your dad in that sense. He was a great musician himself, but he encouraged so many people to take up music generally, but obviously the guitar as well. So he turned out to be quite a gentleman, and what he did, and with his colleague, stirred up the world a little bit. I wonder, I've got some other guests that have turned up, and I don't know if you've ever met each other, but Kristen, can you come up and meet us? I don't know if you've met these guys before, but this is Paul Barth's granddaughter, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome to Kristen. Hi, Kristen. Yeah, good. Nice to meet you. All right, nice to meet you again. Okay. Have you guys ever met each other?
No.
Oh, welcome. There you go. The Barth family, the Peckles family, everybody.
Or the bar. You're the tell.
I know. I think so. Is that how it came about?
That is. I
That's
believe
always
it is.
what I thought.
It's a combination of my grandpa's first three letters and Ted Peckles' E-I-L. Yeah, that's Bartel.
Crazy, isn't it? Yeah. Now, I've got to say, I mean, when I started researching and everything, I managed to get in touch with Dave very early on, and he was a great source of information, obviously. But he's, I've been in touch with him for quite a long time, and he put me in touch with other people, and then, the internet is a wonderful thing, and there's more people that we're going to talk to a little bit later on. It took me a long time to find you guys.
I know.
Yeah.
Thank God
really
for the
hard.
internet.
Yeah. Are you Secret Service or something? I don't know. It's it was crazy. But it took a while anyway. But finally, just before the book was going to be published, I'm so delighted that we managed to find you. it's always a difficult one when you're trying to reach out to families. You don't know if they want to talk to you or not. Yeah, who knows? I'm grateful that we found you, and turned up a bit of a story about your dad, because he goes back a long way in the history of the electric guitar. In fact, he goes beyond the history of the electric guitar back to the days of the resonators. And I've got a colleague here who can give us a little bit more detail about that in a short while. We got together.
Tell them about the Dopiera brothers?
You can.
Okay.
Step up.
Hi. Probably one of the big reasons that you didn't hear about my granddad was he was very quiet. I don't take that part of the family. I'm the loud one. But he was really, really a sweet guy, like Ted Peckles. And he came from a family from what is now the Czech Republic. And he had uncles. And their names were I always call them Dopiera brothers, but it's Dopiera brothers, I guess, however you'd like to say it. And they came to America from...
Yeah, same place, Czechoslovakia.
Same place. And they were a very musical family, and a lot of them played the violin. And one of them came up with the idea to take the violin and make it into a different instrument, and that created the dobro. So the Dopiera brothers are my great-great-uncles, and they took the first 3 letters of their names, the Dopiera family, and they were all brothers, so it became the Dobros. And I wish I owned a lot more of them now. If anybody has any at discount, let me know. So anyway, when my grandfather moved out to Riverside, my mom grew up in Redondo Beach, and she always loved her dad. Absolutely the sweetheart, quiet guy. And he had his shop and worked with Ted Peckles and everything. I believe my granddad split off from the uncles because there may have been an issue over alcohol. Some of them were religious and some of them were not. So anyway, my granddad had a different idea. So he wanted to find somebody else to work on different kinds of guitars. And that's when he came out with the pancake and things like that. But there were a lot of other dobros around in the family. And so anyway, when he moved out here, I was very young, so I have great memories of being in the guitar shop and knowing all these people coming and going. And then my grandmother, she was super creative, so she would always have crafts for me to do because I found the guitars boring. My brother started to play electric guitar when he was about 16, and he moved to Maui 25 years ago. And so my husband and I manage a condo that my parents bought 25 years ago, and we had a website. And one day I get a message on the website. Hi, do you happen to know Sharon Sager? And I said, yeah, that's my mom. So that's how we met.
Yeah.
So anyway.
So, well, fortuitous that was at the end of the day, because your mum is still doing very well, isn't she? I mean, 85?
85.
She's 85 now. And we had the real pleasure this week of not just... On Monday, we've been here since last Friday, okay? Monday we went and saw the Peckles family, and thank you so much, guys, for welcoming us to your...
I think they had more fun with you.
Not at all. But Tuesday was also a very special day because not only did we get to meet Sharon and Kristen and the family, but we also took with us, or invited at the same time, for the NAM oral history program to come down to the family home with myself and with Rob Lawrence, who's in the audience, and Steve Sosa was there. Some of you guys may know Steve Sosa, a bit of a legend in musical circles in the area, as well as Rob, for the historical context of the life and times of Paul Bath. So that was something quite special. And they also were there to interview Ray, because obviously he's got a fantastic story to tell. And I made sure I didn't miss out either. I've got to say as well, thank you to my colleague. We were on the radio before we came out here, so KVC, so David Fleming. So thank you, David, for your interest in the story. And good news, I mean, it worked. So there's people in the audience tonight that came along because of the radio program. So thank you so much for that. And I know there's more interviews with Ray coming up as well. So all fantastic, good stuff. So what I'm really, really pleased about is that you guys are here and you've met each other. And, you know, hopefully outside of this, you know, you might be able to sort of say hello to each other now and again. You know, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. We're going to bring some guitars up on the stage. We've got a couple of Bartels here with us. Maybe Dave might have brought some more with you.
I didn't bring any.
You didn't bring any.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Sorry.
Oh, never mind. No, they're very rare and valuable, some of these things, obviously, folks. So what we do is we'll have a little 5-minute break. And perhaps Dave can bring some of the guitars out and put them on the stage here so we can all see them and they're not going to go anywhere. All right, in front of the drums, we'll sort that out. And then I'll invite Rob up just to give a little bit more of the history and the background and the importance to the electric guitar of Mr. Paul Barth, who I now call the forgotten founding father of the electric guitar. And Rob will tell us a little bit about that in a minute. So we'll have a 5-minute break, folks. Food and drinks outside, help yourselves, and speak to you soon. Thank you.
ja, it's working.
Okay, so I'll take it off the stand, Ray, because I'm going to sit down and talk to Tom.
Does this one look familiar?
Yeah, it looks like one I built.
All right, can you all hear us again? Okay. Ray, do you want to come and stand behind our friend here? All right. Okay, good stuff. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back in the room with a bit of a celebrity, I think, bit of a legend in the area, Mr. Tom Mitchell. Everybody. Hi, Tom. We met you the other day for the first time,
Yeah,
and it's a real pleasure to meet you, sir.
thank you.
All right. You started something a little bit unusual, and you probably didn't know it at the time. But can you remember where you got the idea about creating a fretless guitar for Bartel?
It was just they handed me a guitar and it had no frets on it now.
Yeah.
And I just said, well, we got to do something with it, make it work.
Yeah.
So we did put some frets on it and then work from there.
When was the last time you can remember holding one of these in your hand?
A long time ago.
A long time. Yeah. I mean, I think it was around about 1967 that you came up with the idea.
Yeah.
And what can you remember about Mr. Paul Bath? And obviously you suggested it to Tom and Paul, and Paul said, "Let's give it a go." Is that right?
Yeah, he said, let's do something to make the guitar sing.
Make it sing.
And
Yeah.
so we started with the fretless, and I said, that'll never work.
Right. Oh well.
The guitar players will never go for it because it's so unusual.
Yeah.
And so it worked.
Yeah, understatement there, Tom. It did work. Now, did you ever have any idea that some of these big name players ended up with these? So, I mean, Hendrix and the Beatles and Frank.
Hendrix was the one that started out with it, and he liked the sound of it. And I says, "Are you sure? Because you're not going to find another note on there really where it's at." He says, "Don't worry about that, Tom. I'll find it."
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Now, did you go to Hendrix or did he come to you? Did he come to the shop?
He came by the shop, and it wasn't a very good shop then. It was just a barn.
A barn. Okay, so interesting stuff. And I mean, this is a slightly unusual one. Now, I need to do this. Right. Dave, you come here, man. All right, Greg, can you come here too? All right. I've been laughing at myself for this, to be honest. All right, so let's do this. So, Ray, just in one very short sentence, who gave you your guitar? Where did you get it?
Well, George Harrison gave it to me.
Okay, that's interesting. So, Greg, you've got one of these fretless guitars. We'll come back to the whole story later, but just briefly, can you tell me how you got your guitar?
Got it at a place in Reseda called Harmony Music, and good place.
Yeah. Okay. So you picked yours up, Harmony Music, and we think, and we'll talk about this later, but we were pretty sure that Mr. Frank Zappa. But yeah. Okay. Dave, this one here.
Yeah.
Where did you get it from?
I got it on eBay from a guy who says that he got it at swap meet.
Right, there you go. George Harrison, Frank Zappa at Harmony Music.
What was that guy's name?
eBay. Yeah? That was lucky.
That was lucky.
That was
Yeah,
lucky.
I had to trade him a double neck for it, so
There you go.
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. But
Well,
yeah, cool. All right, then thanks for popping up. I'll just
Thank you.
crack a joke. There you go. All right. So anyway, you've had a very interesting career as well in the music industry, but not just with Bartel. You started your own company, Tom, and you made some interesting things. So can you tell us a little bit about Mitchell's?
There was a lot of cabinets that I made, and they had an unusual deal. They had sand in them.
Sand in the bottom of speaker cabinets you're talking about.
Through the walls of the cabinet, there was sand in them, and they said it'd never work. And I told them, yes, it will. So
we liked them. We drove up to his shop 51 years ago and we bought one.
Yeah.
My bass player used it for years. Beautiful.
it really produced a beautiful sound because it doesn't resonate through the wood. It came out through the sides of the cabinet.
And did you sell many of those? Can you remember?
There's a few.
Yeah, so you push the sound, yeah. So I think Mitchell's speakers, they're quite a rare beast, but highly sought after. So made by this gentleman here. Now, you had your own store, the Mitchell store. How long was that running for, and where was it?
That was in Riverside. Yeah, and it was a side corner lot, and nobody really wanted to do anything with that lot, so I took it over and made it into a music store. But it was quite interesting at the time to have a music store that everybody knew about the sand in the cabinet.
So it was a crazy time, lots of things going on in the music industry, and you was quite a big part of it in this area. And so you must feel very proud, Tom, and you've had some accomplishments, and you can lay claim to being the man that first suggested making the fretless guitar, yeah.
The fretless bass and the guitar. And they said it never worked because you couldn't find the frets. I says, no, musician will find the frets. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, good musician, exactly, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of discussion about this, about whether, it's, when it's used on recordings, whether it's a slide guitar or if it's just someone clever with a guitar that's got frets. But George used to say that it doesn't have fret sparkle because there's no frets for it to bounce over. And you can hear very subtle differences if you're an expert on these things. I'm not, but people who have these things tell me these things. So that's great. How does it feel seeing one after all this time?
Really good. It brings back old memories.
Yeah. It's amazing to have you here, Tom, and we really appreciate you coming out tonight. And thank you for your contribution to the music industry and the wonderful things that you made and the designs that you came up with. So
They were unusual. People told me you'll never go with that because it was too unusual. And I says, well, if they don't like it, they don't have to buy it.
that's very true. That's very true. But now, I mean, they're not the most popular type of guitar, but they're very popular now with a whole bunch of musicians that are playing fretless guitars. And did you know, Tom, that there's now annual fretless conventions in Holland? They have regular fretless conventions. And I've got a good friend in England, a fellow called Rich Perks, who's he's a very highly regarded professor of music. He's a fretless expert. So they turned out to be a little bit more popular than perhaps perhaps you thought back in the day.
There was a lot of them that says, well, you'll never get away with selling that because it's too unusual. I says, well, if they don't like it, they don't have to buy it.
That's it, yeah. All right. Well, it's fantastic talking to you, Tom. It's been really, really nice meeting you, and it's been great to put you together with Ray Russell, okay? And, you know, the guy that suggested it and the guy that played it, and also with Greg as well. So he's still got one. So we've got Dave's, and Greg's got one, and there's the Beatles one. There's some others around, but we don't know where they are. So we're still finding fretless. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Tom, for your time. All right. Thank you, Tom. All right. All right, Tom. Thank you. Mind a step. So we're going to leave these guitars on the stage here. You can see a very nice selection of Bartel guitars, plus this very, very special fretless guitar. So later on in the evening, hopefully you guys can come up and take some photos. But we're going to leave them in plain sight because they're very rare and very special. Okay. Now, where's Rob? Rob's going to pop over, and he's going to talk to us a little bit more about Paul Barth and his importance to the development of the electric guitar and his associations with resonators and National, and I'll let Rob explain. So over to you, Rob.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Well, many years ago, after I had grown up in Honolulu and I'd seen the Hawaiian Calls live at the Banyan Tree Court in 1956, I became interested in music, and I heard the Hawaiian guitars and the tipples and the ukuleles and even slack key back then a little bit, but it sparked my interest. But I went off in a different direction when I started playing guitar in 1962, and a Stella, and then a K guitar that my grandmother gave me for Christmas. And so I learned instrumental music and surf music and some R&B and stuff. And so I was in junior high school, and we had bands and battle of the bands, and it was a lot of fun and stuff. And I wanted electric guitar, and so I had a paper route, and I saved up, and I got a Fender guitar. It was a little Music Master like Jimi Hendrix's, the maroon one, and I rented that for 6 months and got a white Duosonic like the Mustang. So I was learning to play Yardbirds and the Stones and the Beatles had finally come out, and so I was really into the thing. But I'd seen these metal guitars occasionally, and I didn't know much about them. But I'd seen old blues guys playing them and Hawaiian people playing them, and so I was finding a lot of vintage guitars, but we didn't call them vintage; they were used. And they were all over San Diego for $100, $150, so old Telecasters and Stratocasters and so forth. And I ran across these National guitars, and they sparked my interest, like, wow, what a sound. And then one day in Escondido, I saw this Zorco bass, and it was up on this storefront, and it said Fiddle and Fret Shop. And I thought, oh, music store, I'll check it out. So I walked in, and there was David Flood, who's my age, and John DePiera, the inventor of the Dobros, but the National guitar, actually. And so I looked around the shop, and I saw all these interesting instruments and stuff. And this guitar was in the shop, too, in pieces. But so Mr. DePiera started telling me the stories of what it was like in the 20s. And all these characters like George Beecham and Harry Watson and Ted Kleinmeyer, the financier. And so they'd been building these little National banjos out of German silver and bigger banjos. And Brother Rudolph, was working for Weisenborn. And so one day George Beecham came into the shop, and he was a vaudeville musician and a house painter. And he asked John Dopier if he could build a louder guitar for him. And they had both seen this little Stroh violin down the street with a little flat aluminum piece in it. And so John got to thinking, well, I'll make this instrument. And so he asked his nephew, Paul Barth, and Carl, as well, his brother, and they started spinning these resonators on a wooden buck to make like a speaker, like the Jensen and the J.B. Lansing speaker. And so they had a console, a walnut console, and they built this for George Beecham. And he was all excited, but it was impossible to carry around and to play very well on stage. And so Rudolph came and he built this metal guitar out of the German silver that they had used for the banjos. And they invented the national guitar, which was groundbreaking. And Paul was there, and his family had married in the Dopier family, and the Barth family, he told me, was from Transylvania, which is today Romania. And the Dopieras are from Czechoslovakia, and their abbreviation name Dobro meant good in Slavic languages. So they, but later that happened. So while they were doing the national, they had Ted Kleinmeyer had financed them, and he inherited a lot of money. And Saul Hoppe, the famous king of the steel guitar players, played the national guitar, and it was financed. So this is the 22nd national guitar ever built, and it belonged to Brother Rudolph, hand-built. And we have actually the number one guitar, the first one, Dave Flood has it, and it's very similar to this. And it's on display at the NAMM Museum in Carlsbad. So this is where it began, and he developed 4 resonator instruments as well, but they settled on the 3 resonators with a T-bridge, where the bass strings rest on the 2 resonators, and the treble strings carry the weight of the brighter strings, the high strings. So I'll play it for you. Magic, huh? So this was quite a sensation. And so they put together a catalog, and they went into production with Martin Barth, Paul's and Carl's father. And he was the factory foreman. And so they knew at some point they were going to have to step up their production as it became more popular. Sam Crew West was endorsing it as well. So they hired Mr. Rickenbacker, who nearby made the Rickenbacker car, which is really the only car outside of Detroit, and the Kalamazoo Checker. So they built the Rickenbacker car. So he had a tool and die shop besides the Bakelite, which I have back there to make Bakelite telephones. But so they stamped out the bodies and so forth, and they put these guitars together. And then one day Walter Schablowski walked in from the Orpheum circuit, and he wanted a Spanish neck. So they took the number one guitar and they cut the neck off and fashioned a Spanish neck on it. And so that's the guitar that we have at the museum. So the Dopieras were somewhat teetotalers, and even though they drank cherry wine, but they weren't, getting crazy with it and stuff. And so there was some target practice in the factory, and there was a fight and this and that, and drinking parties. It got pretty wild. So the Doppers, at the time, were developing the dobro with a spiderweb bridge duralumin, where the pressure rests on the periphery of the concave and convex cone with a larger resonator. And so they left, and they did what they called the dobro, and Paul Barth and George Beecham went ahead and they developed the single resonator guitar. The first Triolians, though, were triplate, but they developed this cone here. And at first they weren't with the spirals. This is one that John Doppler gave me with the biscuit on the top. So these guitars, the Triolian and the style N and the style O, became amazing blues guitars. So this is also from Doppler shop, and it has the Triolian neck with a polychrome pink and blue, and it's kind of a yellow finish, but it was married to a style O, 1931, and Dave Flood, John Doppler's apprentice, put the cutaway in it, but he didn't finish it, so I gave it to National up there in San Luis Obispo, and Jason put it together for me, and it has a really nice bluesy tone. I threw a little Hendrix in there too. But yeah, it's a blues guitar, but Taj Mahal I interviewed and photographed his collection. And this body was made of brass, and it was sandblasted with a Hawaiian scene on it and stuff. So Paul Barth and George Beecham were still doing the national thing, but then the phonograph became popular, and the telephone became popular, and these items had little copper coils with an armature, and it would create a pulse. And so George and Paul got to thinking that they should wind some copper coils and create an electric pickup, which was groundbreaking. And it really made a difference in music. It took a while to catch on, but so Harry Watson, the tough guy. There we go. So Harry Watson made a wooden version of this, like a national neck, and they call it the frying pan. Some people call it the pancake, but it was the world's first electric guitar, and it said electro with a K on the top at first. And they put a few names together and called it Roe-Patton before Rickenbacker. But this dual horseshoe magnet setup gave it a lot of magnetic flux, and they wound the copper coil with 6 pole pieces, which is really very advanced for 1931. And there was 2 other people, Stimson and another fellow up in Seattle, that at the same time were thinking about the same thing, because that happens in life, the dual people are doing the same project. But so Stimson came down to LA and hooked up with Vic Smith with dobro. So the dobro electric came out a few months later, but the Rickenbacker was the first. And it caught on with Alvina Ray, who played it live with Alvin Burney and the King Sisters. And so he later did the Gibson electric guitars in Chicago and Kalamazoo. But this guitar is the guitar that changed the world, the electric guitar. Thanks to Paul Barth and George Beecham. Very, very powerful instrument. So Steve Sos and I made a beeline up to Paul Barth's shop, and Steve graciously let me stay with him, and I come up on the train from San Diego to do my interviews with Leo Fender and Freddie Tavares and George Fullerton and Mr. Rickenbacker. So I I went over to Adolf Rickenbacker's home, and I went out to lunch with him, and we had a great day. And I photographed his clean between toothbrush, which was Bakelite and aluminum, and this big portrait he had in his bedroom. And he told me stories about Eddie Rickenbacker, his cousin who founded Eastern Airlines in Indianapolis Speedway, and was General Pershing's valet and the World War I flying ace, which is very, very important. They're a Swiss family. The spelling's a little different than what was on the guitars, but so Adolf, was quite an engineer, and so he became the national engineer, and then he financed George and Paul to do the Ropat Company and the Rickenbacker Company. So they designed more guitars, and they had a Spanish guitar with regal bodies, and our friend Dale Fortune had one that belonged to George Beecham with white pickups, horseshoe pickups, and then the Dakota Museum has one of the early small body Rickenbacker Ropat guitars and so forth. So it started a revolution. And so Paul hung in there, and in the later years, in the 50s, he designed the combo guitars, the 400, the 450, the 800, and those are quite advanced guitars. They were maple and hollowed out in the back, and they had this beautiful horseshoe magnet pickup. And then later he did the Barth guitars and the Bartels, but he also set up Leo Fender's tooling for a lot of the great instruments that we play by Fender. Like my 63 neck over there is a C with Stratocaster neck. And there, Paul Barth did so many things. He was an unsung hero, really. And now finally the light of day is coming out. And I'll be featuring him, of course, in my trilogy on National Dobro Rickenbacker. Right now I have 2 books out on Les Paul, the Les Paul Legacy, and I'm finishing up 2 books right now on the Gibson Company for Hal Leonard. And then my Fender books will come out. So I have this whole series of books that are doing, and they're coming around, So I'm glad I can share all of this with you. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, don't trip up there. There we go. Yeah, it's really great to see some really rare guitars there, folks, and I know Rob's got them on display over there, so if you want to talk to him about them, he's got lots more information, but just wanted to bring out the importance of Paul Barth and his history in the development of the electric guitar and the family associations. So it's great to get those 2 guys together, Ted Peckles, Paul Barth. I'm just going to talk to my man here, Greg, just about his one, and then we're going to take a break. And then we'll just talk to a few other folk in the crowd, and we'll remember some folks that can't be here tonight. And we're just going to mention their names and say thank you for the information that they gave me as well. So, Greg, if you would just spare me a minute, that'd be great. And I say, then we'll have a break. And I promise you we've got some great music coming up later. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Greg, come here. Yeah. Done this before. It's quite interesting. Oh dear, that makes 2 of us. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. That's great. Greg, now, sir, you found a electric fretless guitar. Yeah. All right. Now we should explain on the headstock of your one. It says acoustic, which is very confusing for people who know about guitars because it's not an acoustic guitar. All right, but there was a company brand. The brand name was Acoustic Corporation. That's right, yeah. Okay, and Bartel used to rebrand some of their instruments for other companies, and one of their major customers was Acoustic. So let's just clear that up. If we start talking acoustic, that's what it's all about. Yeah. Okay, so Greg, can you give me your story about how you came about finding the one that you have today?
Yeah, sure. About 1982, local music store called Harmony Music got this thing, and I was always in there. Didn't check out the new stuff, and sitting there on the counter on a stand was this guitar. and it was $1,400. And I looked at this, and that's about what I made in a year at that point. I said, no, I can't do that. But I couldn't take my eyes off it. I fell in love with it, and I figured this thing's going to go in a week. Well, it didn't, and it sat and sat and sat. And finally, about 2 or 3 years later, it had gone down to, I guess, about $200, $250. And I was going to go in the studio to do my first batch of recordings. And I was bringing in a neck to get some credit on. And I thought, with what I was going to get for the neck and a little bit out of the studio fund, I was going to be able to buy it. I didn't think twice. Like, yes, I've waited so long for you, my dear. I bought it. I brought it home. And but there was a couple of things that happened while I was there buying it. The guy that owned it was named Mike. And I said, listen, it's been here all this time. First of all, why didn't anybody buy it? He said, everybody that's come in has picked the thing up, played it for a little while, and said, this is great, but I don't know what to do with it. I don't think I could play it. Sorry, here you go. I said, okay, well, obviously somebody had it before. Who sold it to you? He said, I can't tell you. Meaning he wouldn't tell me. Kind of like a knowing glance, like, no, I can't give the name out. And I saw a little round gummy circle near the bridge. I said, what's that? He said, oh, there was a pickup near the bridge. You want? I can go get it for you. I didn't have money for that. I asked him, and I didn't have money for the pickup. So I said no. But I bought the thing, and I left very happy. But he didn't have a case for it, so I went over to Norm's Guitars, which was also local. It was just not big area. And this guy knows his guitars. He's seen everything. The store is now famous. And he looked at it and he said, what is this? Where did you get this? I told him. He said, I've never seen one of these. Really? So he found me a case. I think it was a 335 case. And I put it in. I still have the same case. And I took it home. And I brought it into the studio with me a few days later and recorded with it. And it's great. It's a great guitar. Chords are next to impossible, as you can imagine. Like a bar chord, like you would do an A position or something. You can get away with that. Mostly good for solos. And I forgot all about the circular gummy mark near the bridge until Paul contacted me, and after a lot of jogging my sieve-like memory, I remembered it, because like 2 years after I bought it, I scrubbed the thing off. It took about 2 hours with a bunch of furniture polish, and I forgot all about it. But when I first heard about Frank Zappa having one, I thought, oh, I wonder if that was the guy that sold the guitar. And in Zappa's interview, I guess it was in Guitar World, and it got reprinted in a book called The Guitar Book by Ralph Denyer. He said, first of all, he scratched the name off.
Yeah.
Yeah, off the headstock.
Yeah.
Well, obviously that's not the case with mine. It still has the acoustic
It's still there.
logo. Yeah. So that just kind of took it right out. But he also said he had put a Bartolini pickup in near the bridge. Now, I didn't think about this because I thought, oh, you're going to install a pickup, you're going to cut something out and put it in there. And there was no trace of that either. So I figured, well, whatever I've got, it's not his. Eventually, that kind of came, all of the doubts started to fall away. The one thing that still doesn't add up is the headstock. So I don't know why the name is on there, but everything else, including the pickup mark, fits. Zappa was local like me. He was just a couple miles up the road. And you found out from, I think it was Dweezil, that there was a bunch of stuff that after he used it, it ended up at the bottom of the stairs. And he wanted to sing clavier. So he gathered up all this stuff he wasn't using anymore and sold it off. And like I say, he was right up the road. And Mike told me he bought a lot of stuff. But he wouldn't give me the name. And it all kind of fits because Zappa sold this stuff off around the time the guitar turned up in the So, and I was still hung up on the pickup thing. I said, there's been no cutting back there. And so when we were talking and, I looked up Bartolini pickups and they weren't the kind you installed. There was a little round goodie that you stick on the guitar.
That's the one.
Yeah. And I thought, well, God, that's got to be it. So that kind of all fit into place. I'd forgotten about it, and there it is.
So it's an interesting story. So we've got to look at the timeline, everything, make sure everything kind of fits. So we know Zappa said in interviews in magazines that he picked the guitar up at Guitar Center, around about '73 when he first got it, and he had it for a period of time. He recorded with it. There's a list of recordings that he said, I used the fretless on. It's actually, I've got a little website here, folks. So findingfretless.com. There's a discography section, which will list the Beatles tracks that we believe that obviously Ray's guitar was on, but also the Zappa stuff as well. And these are the ones that Zappa said that he used the fretless on. Yeah. So it's a question of timing and the over sort of the weight of evidence for and against. You're obviously trying to disprove all these things as much as you can. Mike Paganini or something like that was the guy that ran the store. Yeah. So obviously been trying to trace this gentleman if we can. Still lives in the US, but I can't trace him. So it'd be interesting to talk to that guy, see if he can reveal his source now. That would be great. But a story about scratching off the headstock, and maybe he said he would scratch it off and didn't do it, or maybe who knows? We're not 100% certain. But I think the chances of it being something different, because the very small number of these guitars that were ever made, I think there's a strong possibility that the one you've picked up is the one that Zappa had. Maybe we'll never know, but I'm with you. I'm with you. So there's pictures of Greg's guitar. He's travelled a long way to be here, so he didn't bring it with him. Yeah. Well, true, but it's a great story, and just tell me, just because you've used and recorded with it quite a lot actually, and Greg's discography is on there as well. In your words, what is different about a fretless guitar to a slide guitar, or just using a regular guitar? And how can you hear the difference to somebody like me that doesn't really know much about music?
There's a subtle, or not so subtle if you're used to the tone, between a slide and a fretless guitar. A fretless guitar is much more, it's kind of warm, but it doesn't have the same kind of sustain that a slide does. And the slide has almost a kind of cold sound to it. The fretless is more like playing a pizzicato bass or a cello or something like that. And down at the lower end, it sounds more like a fretless bass. But when you get up towards the top, it's really, there's no sustain at all, pretty much. And it's very much like a pizzicato instrument. As far as being able to tell this particular instrument, the pickups don't sound like anything else. It sound like no pickups I've ever heard. Plus, the hollow body. Between those two, there's no question what guitar it is. It has its own sound.
It's got its own complete
Oh.
signature of its own.
Yeah, and I have to tell you, when I first heard the song "Down in the Dew" or "Down in the Dew," that's a Frank Zappa song, I have no idea whether that was his. I'm pointing at it. I have no idea whether my guitar was his or not, but I have to tell you, it's definitely a Bartel because as soon as I heard it, there it is. I mean, that sound is exact.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So that's great because the interesting thing for us, obviously, with Ray's guitar is, we believe we can hear it on the Beatles' White Album. It was in the studio at the time, all right. But it's how do you know, if you can't see a picture of it there? We're looking. I've told there are 2 pictures of it at Abbey Road, but we haven't found them. Okay, but there's 2 tracks on the White Album that stand out. One is "Happiness Is a Warm Gun," and the other is "Helter Skelter." Now, I asked 2 professors of music, one I mentioned earlier, Rich Perks. If he could, without naming any tracks, if he could identify a fretless on there for me, and one of Ray's friends is a music professor as well, and asked him the same question. Big Beatles fans. They both came back with those particular tracks as there's definitely a fretless on those. It'd be great if we could ask Paul or the Beatles if it actually happened, and or some of the recording engineers. But of course, when they did the tracks and they recorded everything, they didn't put what guitar they were using specifically. I mean, they would put GTR maybe just for guitar or just guitar. They wouldn't say what specific one was. But you've listened to the White Album. In your opinion, do you think it's likely to be the Bartel fretless on the White Album? Yeah. Well, there you go. That's a done deal. Okay. All right. So, jobs are good ones. Anyone got any questions for Greg about life with a fretless at all?
Yeah. No, it does say acoustic, but the thing about it is, it's pretty obvious to see where there's been any work done, unless it was completely re-lacquered, and sanded, and then they would have to duplicate the acoustic logo exactly. And even at that, there's probably traces of it being repainted. So it looks totally original to me, and either it wasn't scratched off or this wasn't his guitar. I mean, there's kind of no 2 ways about it. Well, there isn't.
Yeah, it's a decal.
Yeah.
So there we go. Okay. Anyone? All right. Thank you, Greg. Thank you very much indeed. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. I guess it's time for another little break now. Hello, Susan.
Just let them know it's last call for the food.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so time for food break, folks, and grab yourself a drink. It's hot and sticky. So, and we'll come back and a couple more interviews, couple more chats, and then music. Really, music. Okay. Thank you.
There's a fellow that you might be interested in talking to. He works with the Who.
Okay.
His name is Brian Keeve. He lives in Hollywood. But he had written with a partner. He had written a book about the Beatles' gear.
Yes. Okay.
And then some other somebody else beat him to the punch with the book.
And Babby and
Yeah.
published the
Yeah.
but yeah, it's not in there.
Brian
Not mentioned.
Brian is very exhaustive researcher and all that. Like I say, he works with the Who. He's like he's definitely been guitar tech, keyboard tech. He's even played keyboard for him because he's a good keyboard player. Anyhow, he's working on a book now that something to do with George Martin's arranging of music with the Beatles. He knew George Martin really well. He's a docent at Abbey Road, British. He's American.
Yeah, well,
In fact, he's from Riverside area.
Oh, really?
some people not in, aren't there? Hello, hello, hello. We're going to do the raffle. See who's won the golden Rolls Royce outside with chauffeur for 50 years.
Number one.
Right, here we go. Just to show you that I'm not cheating, I'll find the one that's got the little mark on it. Right, okay. How many people win?
3.
3 people win. Right, the rest of you. And the first winner is Staples. No, sorry. Keep this coupon. Hang on, I've got to read it. No. 9844805.
805. We'll hold that one.
9844805.
Okay. We'll hold
Might
that
be
one.
hold that one.
Okay. Yeah.
And the next one is. Wow. Actually, do you know what? You're clever, aren't you? You design things or something. You do. Hang on, yeah, you're right. 702.
702.
702.
I'll see you outside too.
Come on, you guys. You probably know what the prize is. Okay.
Lost a national pick.
Okay.
Okay, here's the winner. Okay.
Wow, sorry, I was in the Macau.
No problem.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, last one. So we'll call these again just in case people are outside. So the last one is 720.
Yay!
Hey! Whee!
You win a Bartel.
Thank you.
All right, so what have we got then? Who hasn't won? Thank you all.
Hello, hello. Okay, folks, so is everyone fed and watered and you're all feeling fresh? Okay. Well, let's make the most of our time while we're here. Shall we look at some Bartel guitars? Yeah, okay. If anyone in the audience has bought a vintage Bartel or a Bath guitar with them, please let us know. Come up and show us what you got. And let's have a little look. Hang on a second. Now we've seen the fretless. That's still over there. Thank goodness. Mark, you got Dave. You got your eye on that one, yeah? Okay. Let's your brother Gary. He had a special guitar made, didn't he? Let's have a look at that one. If I get Dave to hold this one, let's have a look at this. This one's got a bit of an interesting story. So, now these fretless guitars kind of started something, but they were also making the fretted version of these guitars, and the body shape and the neck on this particular one were really interesting to me when I first saw it. Apart from the unusual paint job on this, which I'll get Dave to explain in a moment, but the fretless models that Hendrix had, he did have two fretted models made as well, and they became known as the famous Black Widow. And it was this body shape, and there's pictures of Hendrix at TTG Studios in Hollywood with Harvey Gerst, who was the guy that worked for Acoustic. And there's a picture of Hendrix playing one of these. Okay, and it's got the F hole in it, and the neck on this is exactly the same with the bind on the headstock. Now this one, you can see the decals come off here, but we've got the two L's on the end for Bartel, just about. All right. Now the Hendrix one had acoustic on it. Right. All right, and the two of these still exist. Actually, the fretted versions. They're both. One of them's in a museum at the moment. On display, the Museum of Musical Instruments. That's it, yeah. And that's worth seeing. And the other one, we've seen images of it before, but there was $1 million lawsuit over one of these things. So they're highly prized and quite valuable. Now, tell me a little bit about this paintwork, Dave. What's going on here?
Well, this Tom Mitchell, I wish we could ask him about it, but I talked to him about it at the Sire the other day, and he invented this paint job style. He painted this actually through lace, and that's why you get the really unique textures, and I mean, it's really quite striking. And he developed that whole technique.
Okay. And it's not just on the body; it's on the back of the neck as well. Yeah, so. You can see it, it's all over the back here, goes up the neck. All right. Is there some on the headstock as well at the front? Can't remember. Yeah, on the headstock as well. All right. So this is a one of a kind. Now this is your brother's one, isn't it? Yeah.
This one, it was a Christmas present for my brother, and it was supposed to be, with the acoustic Black Widow with the binding all the way around the sides, just like with the neck here. And on Christmas Eve, someone dropped it. And this actually is a bass body. And they quickly put it together. And to this day, my brother's really upset. It was a red one, too. Red. I've never even seen a red Black Widow. But he's pretty happy with it still.
Well, it is a complete sort of one-off, really. Interesting you say about the red colour, because there is an interesting story about a red fretless Bartel. So there weren't many out there, but there's a guy called Mort Marker. Do you remember I said about Al Casey and his music store in Hollywood, and he was dishing them out at the time, when they first got them. Mort Marker worked with Al Casey at the music store, and I got in contact. He said, Paul, I had one of these fretless guitars. I said, oh, was it a sunburst or a black? He said, no, it was red. I said, red? He said, yeah, it was bright red. He said, I had a fretless, bright red Bartel guitar, and I also had a fretless bass. So he had one of each. He bought one for his bass player as well. So I said, okay, well, what did you do with it? And he said, well, I had it for about a year, and I was at a gig, and a guy showed interest in them, so I sold them. So we don't know where that is, so find him fretless again, there you go. It's a theme, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Can you get the fretless one again? Because I just want to show some details about it, and in relation to the Beatles one that Ray had. The reason we claim that the one that Ray got is the original prototype, the very first one, is for some very specific reasons, and I hope this makes sense. All right. Do you remember I said Mike Deasy had one, and he's playing it? So he's playing it before George Harrison got his. Did he get the first one, or Anyway, let me explain if I can. So imagine this is the sunburst colour, the one that Ray had. Okay, the neck is pretty much the same. All right. What we found when we researched and discovered this is that the neck is a sandwich of the rosewood and then maple, and then you've got this. There's a really big long word for Bakelite. There's a scientific word for it. All right, but it's Bakelite. There's this cap that goes over the top. And on the one that Ray had, under certain light conditions, you can still see the frets where they were underneath. So they've used a fretted neck and just put the cap over the top. All right. So it obviously wasn't designed originally to be a fretless. The other thing things that were interesting about it was the tailpiece down here. Okay, so you see this is for 6 strings, obviously. But the one that Ray got was actually for 12 strings, not a 6-string. So it's like they'd got a part out of the parts bin and put that on there. So a bit of a mismatch. And then a grievous error up at this end, because, hey, I don't know if we've got the same problem here. You got a different one there. Here we go. So, right, did you notice that before? So on this one, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the slotted, I think these are Clusen tuners, okay? And this one's through the, well, I don't know what you call it. What's the technical term for one of these things on the top, guys? But on the Beatles one, there was a mismatch again. There was 4 of one and 2 of another. So it's like it wasn't a production model where you'd have all the same, yeah? The other thing was, I think, on these were actual radio tuners. From again, probably a supplier that the father used, but the one that Ray had, that Harrison had, has got all the DNA of something that was just put together to try something out, yeah. And then as they become sort of more, they made a few more. Obviously, they kind of smartened things up a little bit and kind of put things together so that they were sort of all matched. And they started using a little bit more chrome on it. These were quite base metals, so that's why we would say that George Harrison got the first prototype, the one that's made with the bits and pieces, okay, whereas Mike Deasy played the first one, if you see what I mean, yeah? There's a slight distinction, yeah? It's probably in that same batch, but, you've got to have a first one, right, yeah? Yeah, okay, exactly. So, yeah, that's going back to the fretless. But this is the only one we know of this colour. Yeah. Absolutely only one we know this colour off of eBay. Seriously. Okay. All right, let's have a look at one of the other ones, Dave. Do you want to put that down there so somewhere safe? Okay. Stick it back on the chair. Yeah. Do they all have a pad on the back of it? Yes, they do. Yeah. That was a design feature at the time, the pad on the back. Vary in different colours. Nougat hide, is that what they call it? Is that nougat hide? Yeah. Okay, sorry, my English accent there. But, no, they do. Now, the guy that really first put me on to the fact that Al Casey took it up to Blue Jay Way is a guy called Richard Bennett. Richard Bennett is sidesman, or has been for a long, long time, for Neil Diamond and for Mark Knopfler. And Richard plays in Knopfler's band, and in fact he's been in London this year recording again with Mark for his latest album. My link with Richard is a funny one, actually, because I've been friends with Mark Knopfler's manager for quite a long time. The family, children went to school. And I remember meeting Richard backstage at Brighton Centre after one of these Knopfler tours, and speaking to Richard, lovely, lovely guy, and he was just a nice guy to talk to. And when I was researching, I found that Richard Bennett said one of my first guitars was a Bartel guitar. It's one of my first nice guitars. So I contacted Richard and said, have you heard about a fretless, Bartel? Do you know anything about it? What do you know? Do you know anything? He said, yeah. I said, I remember Al Casey saying that we took a fretless up to Blue Jay Way. So again, there's that link, that kind of puts all the information back together. Now, has Dave sat down again? I can't pick these up, Dave, so let's have a look at another one. We've got a 12-string here, all right? Now, you didn't bring this one. Who brought the 12-string in? Hey, do you want to come and tell us about your 12-string? So where did you get it from? And it's a lovely guitar. Let's have a look. I'll go and get it. You can tell us about it. Okay, here we go. Now, do you remember I said Bartel used to brand them for other companies? One of those companies was a company called St. George, all right? But it does say, doesn't it, St. George?
Bartel of California.
Bartel of California. So, yeah, here's the 12-string. Now, see what I said about the one that was on Ray's guitar? This is where it's slotted for 12 strings on a 6-string fretless. Weird. Okay. Now, sorry, what's your name?
Tommy. So, I just recently got this thing. I've known about it for about 10 or 12 years. It's always been at the same shop. And it was in a guy's private collection in his shop, which he set up in an old bank, which had a vault. And some of these guitars were in the vault. And over the years, I have asked him to sell it to me many times and left offers. And just this year, they got downsized to a smaller store. And I knew I was coming here, and I said, hey, you guys do rentals. Can I borrow it for the weekend? Just to bring it down. It's a one-time thing. And they said, no. And they said, but it is for sale. And I said, what? Like, I've left my number with you guys. I offered $1,000 for it. And they went, oh, well, it's $600 now. I'm like, I'll be there in about a half an hour. And that's how I got this one. Nothing has been done to it. I need to do a lot of repairs and a lot of restoring to get it back to real usable shape, but everything's still there. So this one will... Oh, yeah. As long as it's open chords, yes. Oh, it's all out of tune because I just came down from Monterey. Heat has gotten to it.
It's great to see. But now, there's people in the audience who know this a lot more than me. Is this what we call a German carve? Yeah? Okay. So this... Sorry? Roger Rosmeiser, yeah, exactly, yeah. Okay. Now, Roger Rosmeiser was at Rickenbacker. He was originally at Fender, wasn't he? Yeah? No, Rickenbacker first, and then he went to Fender? Yep. Okay, cool. But what I do know is it was Paul Barth that recruited Roger Rosmeiser to Rickenbacker. Also Sammy Mosley. So it was Paul Barth that brought those guys into the company. And obviously they went on to do their own thing. And I think a lot of this sort of DNA of these type of designs and styles come from, their associations and
I look at this version of these guitars, and you can see every path he touched had some little influence on what he ended up making, which is really kind of neat for looking at them and seeing where the inspirations came for all these Bartel guitars.
And I think the Zero Fret is another Bath design. I think that's something that Paul Bath came up with as well. So that's really neat. Thank you so much for bringing that along. I'm going to leave these guitars up. Oh, yeah. Okay, question.
How is that strung? It is strung like a Fender. And I asked the same question when I first saw it because I thought, you've got a guy coming from Rickenbacker who worked for Fender. Which influence won? And I found that unlike this one, where this is just a string catch over the Zero Fret, this has holes for the strings to go through it, and they are drilled small to big. So it was always like a Fender. Sure.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing that in. That's amazing. Okay, another question.
Is that two pieces of wood, so there's a top ply in the inlay, or is it just cut out that way? Just routed out that way?
Yeah, it looks like it's just routed out, doesn't it?
Well,
Two pieces of wood, or was it just routed out that way?
it's routed out that way, just the same way as it's routed out on the solid body. The difference, though, is it has a full cap on the back like a Rickenbacker. So it's hollowed from behind, and then this whole piece is one solid piece of wood laminated to the back of it, so that you can have your F-holes and all of this with no access whatsoever.
Yeah, very helpful. Yeah, yeah. Of course, those are typical sort of pull bath pickups as well. Okay, good stuff. I'm just going to ask the band that I can't quite see, but if you guys want to think about warming up in a minute or two, or we'll get you on stage and have some music. About time we had some music. Okay, I'll just show you these. Actually, it was Steve Soast gave me a catalogue this week of the St George range of guitars, and most of these are in it. So here we go. This is... now, did you bring this one in, Dave? There you go. Well, I'm glad you did. I mean, it's just nice to see them. So this is another style. This is branded the XK150. All right, and you know, I mean, you can see some of the things that they were doing, probably copying other designs or coming up with their own designs. But you know, these are great vintage guitars, aren't they? I mean, you know, maybe you've not seen them before, or maybe you have, but it's glad, you know, I'm so pleased you brought them in. Look at that. Okay, we'll leave them on stage so that later on you can come and take some photos. I think it's the first time we've seen so many Bartel guitars in one place at one time, since they were in the shop, obviously. Okay, and look at that one. That's lovely, isn't it? Let's bring that up there for you. Okay. What a beautiful colour that is, huh? Dave, is this one of yours? That's the original colour? It's lovely, isn't it? You see it in the light there. Look at that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's a metallic in it, but certainly got a great finish. But... yeah, so there you go. There was a lot of stuff going on at Bartel back in the day, and it's great that we've got all these guitars here. Dave, just so we can complete the picture, where's the double neck, my friend? Let's have a look at that. You need a strong back, I'm not sure, but here we go. Let's bring this out. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Interesting story. I think, Kristen, I heard that Les Paul was a regular dinner guest round at the Bar family home back in the day. And at one stage, Paul and Les Paul were looking at designs for a double neck. And, you know, these guys were all connected with one another. See how everything kind of blends together. All these guys were in the same industry at the same time, sharing a lot of information. And your dad as well, was often down at the Fender factory, and yeah, okay. So, here's a beautiful double neck. Very interesting stuff. Yep. So you've got a 6 and a 12 combination there. Typical pull bath pickups. Yeah, you've got the trem system. Yeah, Bigsby trem. So yeah, do you want to flip it around so we can see the back? Okay, there we go. All good stuff. All good stuff. So, I really appreciate you bringing these in, Dave. And yeah, thank you, friend. It's great to see them. And as I say, I don't know how often these days you're going to see so many of these things in one place at one time. Okay. Right. How the band feeling? Oh, that good. Okay, let's have a 5-minute break. Let the band set up and see how we're doing for time. Perhaps we'll do a few numbers, then we'll talk to a few more people, because I want to make sure everybody here in the audience gets a chance to say hello. And I must remember there's a few people here that couldn't be here tonight that we need to remember as well. So I don't know if the band can, maybe you can do half a dozen tracks for us now, and then we can, yeah? Does that sound good enough? The band will look at me like, yeah. All right, so 5-minute break, get set up, and we'll do a few tunes. All right? Okay. Thank you.
Hey, are you done with this drink?
Yeah.
Mention that. Has anybody seen an Icon
Hang on a minute. It's something interesting has just popped up on stage right. Let's bring it on over. Well, what have we got? The cameras are out. It must be interesting. Okay. Whose beautiful guitar is this? Hello, Mike. Where's Mike? A St. George. Okay. Well, I've never seen. Yeah. It says Bartel, California. Yeah, XK12. With a very unusual body shape. It's a first on me, folks. So, is there anything we know about this? Yeah, he's coming. Hello, sir. Come this way. Round of applause for this gentleman. Yeah, hi. Yeah, hop on the stage. Come and say hello. Nice to meet you, sir.
All right.
What's your name?
Michael Virtue.
Hello, Michael. What on earth is this? What have you bought here?
A friend of mine got it on offer up
Right, okay. How long ago?
a couple months ago.
A couple of months ago. That's super rare. Dave, have you ever seen one of these at all? It's a very unusual one, isn't it?
Yeah, it has Barth pickups, but you got D flowers.
Right, okay, so it did have the Bath pickup, so it's got the right shape for them as well, isn't it?
And it has that strange thing.
Yeah, the zero fret on it and the typical Clusen tuners, and but yeah, that is. I mean, the tailpiece is familiar, but the body shape is something else. So, you know, these guys were, they was always playing around with something new, weren't they? You know, but that is a rare one. I know. I mean, I've never seen one like it, but fantastic. Thank you so much for bringing that in. That's really nice. Wow.
When I came up to talk, I set my camera down, a Nikon 200. If anybody's seen a loose camera anywhere, please let me know. Was it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Good. Now I'm not worried. You know, when you're getting ready to talk, you're a little nervous, you know.
Right. We've got the band, we've got the drummer. Where's Terry? Yeah. No chance. Okay. Is Terry around? Okay. Is Terry coming? Sorry, can whoever owns this, can you take it off of me? So I don't want to put it down or bend it. Or here he goes. Okay, guys, so the house band tonight, they're performing for us out of the goodness of their hearts. So thank you very much for coming along, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Little tune up. I've got our new keyboard player. Thank you for joining. All right. And I'm going to hand over to you guys. Let you crack on when you're ready. Okay?
Paul asked me what our name was, and I said, we'll call ourselves the Rock of Aged. Since nobody on this stage is under 40 years old.
How do you know?
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Well, if you have a plan to go to west, just take my way. That's the highway, that's the best. Get your kicks on Route 66. From Chicago to LA, more than 2,000 miles all the way. Get your kicks on Route 66. Well, down to St. Louis, down to Missouri, Oklahoma City looks oh so pretty. Amarillo, Gallup, New Mexico. Like that Arizona, don't forget Winona, Tequila, Boston, same, but I need you. Give this kind of tip, and go take that California trip. Get your kicks on Route 66.
something like that.
Well, baby used to stay out all night long. She made me cry. She done me wrong. She hurt my eyes open. That's no lie. Tables turning now, her turn to cry. Because I used to love her, but it's all over now. Because I used to love her, but it's all over now. Well, she used to run around with every man in town, spending all my money, playing a hack-ass game. She put me out, it was a pity how I cried. Tables turning now, her turn to cry. Because I used to love her, but it's all over now. Because I used to love her, but it's all over now. Well, I used to wake the morning, make my breakfast in bed. When I got worried, she'd ease my aching head. But now she's here and there with every man in town, still trying to take me for that same old clown. Because I used to love her, but it's all over now. Because I used to love her, but it's all over now. Because I used to love her, but it's all over now. Because I used to love her, but it's all over now. Yeah.
Terry Wade on drums. Terry. Terry and I go way back. We went to school together since the 8th grade. So, and then Jim Burrell on the bass here, our good buddy. And of course, I don't have to introduce my friend over here.
Ray Russell on guitar.
Russell on
Henry
guitar.
Ross on keys. Thanks, Henry, for sitting in. This is the last minute edition. We're happy about that. And here's Rob Lawrence stepping in, too.
This is dedicated to Redbone. What's the matter with your head? Oh yeah. Hey,
Hey,
what's the matter with your mind and your sign and whoa, hey,
hey,
nothing the matter with your head, baby, find it. Come on and find it, yeah. With it, baby, 'cause you're fine in your mind and you look so divine. Come and get your love. 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 Hey,
hey,
what's the matter? Don't you feel right? Don't you feel right, baby? Hey, oh yeah. Get it through the main line. All right. I said I'll find it, fine. Lord and love it if you like it. Yeah, yeah. Hey,
hey,
it's your business if you want some, take some. Get it together, baby. Come and get your love. 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 Come get your love, come get your love, come get your love now. Come get your love, come get your love, come get your love now. Come get your love, come get your love, come get your love now. Come get your love, come and get your love, come and get your love now. Come and get your love. 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 Hey,
hey,
what's the matter? Don't you feel right? Don't you feel right, baby? Hey,
hey,
oh yeah. Get it through the main line. Intro.
met a gentle barroom queen in Memphis. She tried to take me
upstairs for a ride. She had to leave me right across the shoulder, 'cause I just can't seem to drink you off my mind. Yeah. Honky-tonk women, give me the honky-tonk blues. Make a divorcee in New York City. I had to put up some kind of a fight. The lady, then she covered me in roses. She blew my nose and then she blew my mind. Honky-tonk women, give me the honky-tonk blues. All right. Honky-tonk women, give me the honky-tonk blues. It's the honky-tonk women, give me the honky-tonk blues.
Dedicate to all the Glorias out there.
Anybody named Gloria in
I
the
know
audience?
one, Gloria Barella. Who else?
I tell you about my baby. You know she comes around. She's about 5 feet 4 from her head to the ground. You know she comes around here just about midnight. She make me feel so good, Lord. She make me feel alright. And her name is G L O R I G L O R I G L O R I. I'm gonna shout it all night. I'm gonna shout it every day. Yeah, 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 yeah. comes around here just about midnight. She made me feel so good, Lord. I want to say she made me feel all right. Comes a walking down my street. Then she come to my house. She knock on my door. Then she come to my room. Man, she make me feel all right. I'm gonna shout it all night. I'm gonna shout it every day. Yeah, 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 yeah. Feels so good. All right. Feels so good. All right. Any motorcycle riders out there? You might relate to this song. 1, 2, 3. Get your motor running. Head on the highway. Racing with the wind. And whatever comes our way. Yeah, darling, gonna make it happen. Take the world in a loving embrace. Fire all of your guns at once and explode into space. Like smoking lightning. Heavy metal thunder, racing with the wind, and the feeling that I'm under. Yeah, darling, gonna make it happen. Take the world in a loving embrace. Fire all of your guns at once and explode into space. Like a true ancient child, when we were born to be wild. Fly so high, I never wanna die. Born to be wild. Born to be wild. Get your motor running. Head out on the highway. Racing with the wind. And whatever comes our way. Yeah, darling, gonna make it happen. Let the afraid. Fire all of your guns at once and blast up into space. Like a cruel nature child, we were born to be wild. Fly so high, never wanna die. Born to be wild. Born to be wild. Okay, this one is dedicated to Susan Parker, who's here tonight. Where are you, Sue? All right, this is dedicated to you. What's that? A bass to sit in. Okay. Oh, Susie Q. Oh, Susie Q. Oh, Susie Q. Baby, I love you. Susie Q. I love the way you walk. I love the way you talk. I love the way you walk. I love the way you talk. Susie Q. Oh, Susie Q. Oh, Susie Q. Oh, Susie Q. Baby, I love you. Susie Q. Here we go. Oh, Susie Q. Oh, Oh, Susie Q, where are you? Oh, Susie Q, baby, I love you. Susie Q. Oh, Susie Q. Oh, Susie Q. Oh, Susie Q. Baby, I love you. Susie Q.
Bob on guitar, Terry Wade on drums.
Ray, get back up here. Raymond, you're on.
guys. That was fantastic. Thank you so much. Have we got anybody else that's here to play tonight? Susan, have we got anybody else? You wouldn't mind playing one? What would you like to play, sir?
Okay, you ready?
Somebody wants to play some Jimi Hendrix. Yeah, do you want it? Okay. Have we got something to play?
Thank
get a G. Huge thank you to Rockstars of Tomorrow for the loan of the venue. So put on a great show. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It's great to be here. Rockstars of, oh, I can't say yesterday, but we got. Yeah, we got. I did want to just mention a few people that have sort of been, excuse the pun, instrumental in the Bartel House of Notes. Strum the strings so you see what. Let me get yourself here, sir. That's it. Yeah, okay. All right. We remember the people down at the House of Note, Tep Eccles' place. Chauncey Romero was a good friend to Tep Eccles, and he opened a store up in Redlands. You might remember Chauncey from the Hustlers. Yeah, shout out to Chauncey. Ted Trujillo from the legendary Mustangs, one of your colleagues. Ted Trujillo, everybody. These guys can't be here today, but everybody can't come along. But Bill Brown was drum instructor at the House of Note, so we met Bill down at NAMM earlier in the week. Lovely fella. Greg Thornquist of the band Bones, who's now a famous producer and has done some great shows associated with the House of Notes. And Jim Hennigan, who is a friend of the Bartel family, used to do race cars with Ted Peckles. Down at Bartel's, Ed Ballantyne, who was down in the paint booth down there, so a shout out to Ed, remember him. Chris Ellington, Glenn Miller, who gave us a load of photographs. And we remember Doug Donahue, who sadly passed away a few years ago. Jim, I want you to come up here.
I'm playing bass. What are you guys playing? I'll play bass.
I just want you to say a few words, because you've come a long way to be here as well.
So sorry.
And thanks. Hop on the stage.
I only know a few words.
This is our friend Jim. So, Jim, tell us your involvement and your memories of your time down at Bartel.
I probably buffed Billy and
Necklace and Hey Joe.
Mostly, I did it in the
These guys
late
are
70s
wanting to
and
play
early
some
70s.
I don't know how much time we have.
And,
You know?
Okay.
I think that I did mostly acoustic.
Okay. I do that. Both versions. The lead and the
Blackwater Spider, Owner, X, basses
the
for the most part.
I do the.
I did a couple of fretless, but I don't.
I play with Mitch Mitchell.
Oh, I guess I should cop
That was
to
fun, Ray. I appreciate it.
Doodles and Mickey Mouse inside the neck, isn't it?
Inside the neck, inside the pocket of the neck was either my name or a little sketch of Mickey Mouse. There's about a half dozen of them.
Thanks, Jim. That's great.
Hey, thanks, Henry.
David's back over there. He actually has one that we believe is my artwork, but it's on the back where the hat is. So I don't know if that's going to be anything in the future. He took pictures of them. He's got them. I'm going to post them later.
Jim, thank you so much. And I hope you sort of caught up with a few people that you remember from years ago, and it's been a trip down memory lane.
Oh, man, it's been exciting. I got to meet Greg Siegel. He's also from the Mississippi Northwest at this time. So
My main influence, though.
Yeah, we're pleased to see Greg as well. It's been a long time coming. Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much. I've got to mention
Such a power.
down at the Bath Guitar Shop, used to be down on Magnolia. When Paul Bath passed away, he handed over the reins to a really good musician, and he was really loved as well. A chap called Don Underwood, and his brother Roger both worked at the shop. There's a guy called Devon Oxford. Devon Oxford was a great luthier, made some beautiful equipment. Sadly, Devon's not too well, and Don and Roger passed away in recent times. Oh, sorry, Don passed away a little while ago, but Roger, I got to interview for the book before he sadly passed away. Yvonne, the sister, was going to be here tonight, but sadly couldn't make it. But must remember the Underwood family. Down the Bath Guitar Shop was Steve Sidwell and Matt Law. It's an interesting story. I found that there's a guy called Matt who lives in Florida, and he inherited from Don Underwood some artifacts from the Bath Guitar Shop. So we got the sign outside, the opening hours, the cash register, lots of photographs and stuff like that. He's got them hidden in a lockup in Florida. So I need to go and see Matt sometime, and thank you for the information he gave me. His nephew, this is Roger and Don Underwood's nephew, John Williams. When Don passed away, had a Strat that was that's in the book as well. And of course, mustn't forget the people up at Rickenbacker that have given me some great information. Former employees Steve Soast, who's away on tour, and Dale Fortune, that Robbie mentioned earlier. So I think we're getting towards the close, and I've got Anthony. I can hear him in the background. That's sounding great already. So you're going to play a few tunes for us?
Yeah, I got some guys coming up right now. You know what?
Yeah.
A while back, this kid came up to me and said, "Sir, do you know America is Beautiful?" And I was so embarrassed. I didn't know how to play it. But I told him, "You come back and I'll play it for you."
So we're going to get some
yes,
America the
my
Beautiful.
rendition of America the Beautiful.
Okay. Let's hear it.
caught Katie left the mule. Train pulled out. I fell in right behind. Crazy about that hard-headed woman of mine. My baby long, my baby tall. My baby long, well, my baby tall. My baby long, my baby tall. Got a head in the kitchen and a piece down here in the hall. Crazy about that woman, that hard-headed woman of mine. Well, my baby, she's so fine. She come and call me sometime. Check out the ship I'm in. Woo! Well, my baby, she's so fine. She would call me sometimes. She don't think I love her. At the shape I'm in. Look at this hole I'm in. Well, she complicated and left me a mule to ride. She complicated, left me a mule to ride. My baby complicated, left a mule to ride. Train pulled out, I fell in right behind. Oh, crazy about that woman, that hard-headed woman of mine.
guys, thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate that. I think we've hit the witching hour. It's time to close the place down. We need a little bit of time for people to take some photographs of these guitars that have gone. Too slow. Okay.